Hello, happy Thursday. Welcome back to the Pyanodon's factory. Tuesday, what did we do on Tuesday? We got Logi Science up to what is going to be its final scale. We might need to say more Sarkarus gets made. Yeah, maybe we should set that to a little more. I'll think about it. Hey, Tank Renchi, good to see you again. So, yeah, let's put more in the loop. There's really no harm in it. Let's just double it, and if we're doubling those, we'll double these ones too. Actually, let's just do it based on the number of machines rather than based on their consumption. That's easier. All right, and that'll just get more stuff in the loop, because right now the machines are having trouble getting consistently grabbing what they need because it's at the wrong side of the sushi belt, right? The other thing we did, other than scaling up Logi Science, the big thing was we doubled wood production. We switched everything here over to Mark II, readjusted some of the belts and everything, and it seems like we have fixed our log problem. Although it's hard to judge fully if we've fixed the log problem because we're also in the process of cleaning out logistics storage. I also set this up on Tuesday, so we're getting rid of stone and logs that have been piling up in Logi storage, and as long as we're like dumping that stuff out of Logi storage, it's hard to judge if the rest of the base is actually balanced or not. We still have a lot of stuff here to get rid of. We're down to what? 80 plus 30, so 80 plus 50, 130,000 things to get rid of between logs and stone. So we've gotten rid of about half of it all at this point. But you could just see the number of storage chests that are dedicated to stone and logs, like everywhere. And most of that comes from me, right? I build a thing, and all of the rocks and trees that we tear down end up in logistics storage, and have been ending up in logistics storage for the past several hundred hours. So that, yeah, that is a thing. We have this problem. I think fixing logs may have unblocked a bunch of other stuff that was kind of blocked. So we have a lot of trains. I am inclined to think about doing the Great Train Migration at this point. Can you make a trash station? I'm not sure what you mean by it. I'm not familiar enough with LTN to know for sure what you mean. Like, I have stations that are set as high priority providers, and LTN will just prefer to, Cybersyn will just prefer to pull from those before it pulls from other things. I have some stuff set up for like overflow voiding, but that's mostly custom logic with circuit conditions that enable and disable certain stations. Do I want to work on this train problem, or do I want to work on new trains? New trains is really tempting if we wanted to start upgrading our trains so that they just move a little bit faster rather than building all of our existing trains. Or rather than building more of the existing Tier 1 trains. There we go. Those are the words I wanted. I still haven't really figured out how I want to handle the migration from one train type to another. Like, obviously, I can use an upgrade planner. Oh, you can set up one that doesn't have a... I don't think there's a way to ignore request threshold like that. No. I think you'd have to set up some combinators to adjust the request thresholds directly. I could be wrong, though. It's possible I just don't know. It's always possible that I don't know something. Is that all the junk in my inventory? I think that's all the junk. The bots are being pretty slow getting the junk out of my trash slots right now because we're dealing with this. I can always turn off those output stations if I have to, or turn off the logistics requests for them so that the bots are a little less crazy busy. Oh yeah, and the other thing we did last time was we set up this, which is turning a bunch of the spare stone and gravel in my base into landfill, so I don't have to go get landfill out of the old base anymore. I think landfill was the last thing I was still pulling out of the old belt base. So that's exciting. All right, before we start getting into the things that I wanted to do today, let's do this. Let's figure out fuel. So that's this build that we designed a long time ago. And it spits out 2 belts or 1 red belt of fuel oil canisters a second, plus used to have a trash station, dump every item you collect during building, an LTN with high priority would dump to the... yeah. I'm sure there's a way to make it work with CyberSyn, but I think it would have to require a little bit of manual shenanigans. So yeah, this is the big fuel oil build, and I scaled this to a size where it can replace not just our train fuel, but also all of our liquid fuel demand, so that we can move away from the weird sushi fuel stuff and to just like a dedicated liquid fuel build for most of the base. So this is that. The only thing I think that we haven't done is empty fuel canisters. We will... oh, no, I do have a thing for that. That's just steel and plastic. And 1 automated factory. All right. Which we can't prod those, so I guess we throw efficiency modules in them. So yeah, I think as far as getting the fuel oil build going. Oh, do we have access to the iron-enriched biomass yet? Did we get all the techs for this? It's just phytomining stage 1, right? We don't need phytomining stage 2. Because we're doing the iron-enriched biomass from Yotoi and Tailings? Yeah, stage 1 phytomining. There we go, I found it in Yefsi. And then we also have Moondrop stage 3 that we've already researched. Good. Yep, we have everything we need for this. So we can get that set up. But the thing, like I said, that I haven't really figured out is how I want to do train upgrades. So, really I've got... all these trains have depot as their main, like, station. And all the depots have just coal as fuel. I can update the depots to have 2 different fuels. That's not going to be too much of a challenge, I don't think. Maybe I should switch all of them over to that request already. And then... those do not stack to a lot, do they? I mean, it's fine. 600 of them will last a long time. So getting the depots set up to do that... oh, and I also need to change their... let me see here. We'll change these ones for fuel oil canisters. And these ones for coal. It doesn't really matter. All right, and then all of this just gets copied. Yeah, I'm not going to do the tier 2 wagons because the tier 2 wagons are a different size and it's a pain in the butt. But I do want to get on the tier 2 trains. This base is so spread out that any amount of extra speed on my trains is a noticeable throughput improvement. The real question is, do I know how many depots I have? I think this is the last one. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I did 6 of them. Okay. So that'll get those starting to potentially request the new fuel canisters. That is not the most... The other thing we're going to have to do, obviously, is change all the depots to have a second output station, because they're going to have ash as an output and also empty fuel canisters as an output. That's a little bit of a bigger refactor, and it's not absolutely necessary. We could probably also change these stations so that they work as multi-provider stations if we were feeling a little bit spicy. And maybe that's what I should do. Because we can read... Yeah. Better to switch all trains. I mean, if I had a global logistics network and I could just drop an upgrade planner over the whole thing, I would. But the reality is there's going to be a transition period as we start trying to get them upgraded. And I don't want to end up with, like, trains that can't get fuel, sitting around in weird places, and... But I think I can make this a multi-provider station. It's not something I've done before, but it shouldn't be difficult, right? If we grab a CyberSyn combinator here, make that a station control. And then... set filters based on the station control combinator. And then on this side, we need to make sure that we pull out any... anything that's not what we want. So how do I do that? That needs to come from this. And I guess we subtract the output of this? Sure, that works. We grab a arithmetic combinator here. Green, red. So the train reads the train contents. The station control is going to send our request. So if we take... what's in green, which is in the train, subtract what's being requested, and output that. Yeah, the station control combinator is super powerful if you want to do anything, like, interesting or complex in CyberSyn. But yeah, we'll read the train contents. We subtract from the train contents the CyberSyn request. So if we have a train that comes in with, like... and this is entirely to fix this issue here, right? We see these guys have ash in their hand. And if we had a train come in to collect canisters, these guys are going to drop that ash in the train. And we need to make sure we pull that out. So anything that's in the train... but isn't what's being requested, needs to get pulled out. And that's what I'm trying to do with this logic. So in the train, minus what's requested, gets pulled out. That should work. Do I have... one's whitelist? No, they should all be whitelist. I guess I could do it blacklist instead of the subtraction combinator. Just blacklist what the train is requesting. Yeah, that would be easier. Yeah. I always forget that set filter works with blacklist. But yeah, that should do the trick. And then if I had... do I have a bunch of ash up here, perhaps? Have I maybe dumped enough out of my inventory at various times that I can... what are you? You're lime... Maybe I can't find any. I was hoping I would have some just like stacks and stacks of ash that had ended up in logistic storage over time. Nope, there it is. Not very much. Okay. Yeah, multi-liquid output stations would be a lot harder. So I don't want to copy this around to all the other stations yet. I want to confirm that it's actually working right before I copy it everywhere. And that means keeping an eye on that to see if it does what needs to be done. All right, let's get the actual fuel oil station built. And I guess empty canisters as well. Let's add the things that we need for empty canisters to this request, which is going to be an automated factory and a couple of efficiency modules. Because why not throw efficiency modules in there? And then we also are going to need a lot of, let's see, 4,000 Moondrops and 1,800 Yotoi. Hopefully we have those available. And then I have no idea how I'm going to... how I'm going to deal with train... Maybe I can do this with some... Ooh... So, like, can I set it on... see, depots can't... Normal stations, you can set the train allow list. Oh, am I going to have to somehow refresh all of my train allow lists, too, when I upgrade my locomotives? That'll be interesting. I hadn't even thought about that. But I was hoping with the allow lists for depots were something I could set, but you can't. Do they update when I get the new locomotives in? Okay. The tooltip implied that it might not be updated, but... Oh, right. I need to get my Moondrops and my Yotoi. Yotois are here, Moondrops are there. Beautiful. Wait, how many Moondrops do I need? 4,000? Jeez. That's 80 stacks of Moondrops. We're not getting that many. Well, that's 1,500. We're going to have to come back for more. Just turn off CyberSyn for 2 to 3 hours, replace them all, and then launch it all at once. Oof. That is definitely an option that I would rather avoid. Yeah, it's a lot of buildings to fill with modules. That is true. And modules don't stack very high. Yeah, we're not going to be able to carry all the modules that we need for either of these. All right. We got 1,000 Yotoi. We've got 1,500 Moondrops. We're going to have to run around and gather more modules before the build is done. I might not even have room in my inventory for all of the, for all of the buildings with all this many modules in here, but... What are we sitting on? 1,536 out of 4,000 and 1,194 out of 1,700. Okay. So that's another 11 stacks of Yotoi and like 50 stacks of Moondrops. I'll bring them all over here so that they're all in the Logi network, and then that way I only have to come back to one centralized place as we're going like back and forth getting the build actually done. We probably don't even have enough Moondrops. All right, well, we'll have to let the Moondrops get rebuffered. But that should be enough Yotoi at least. Yeah, this still needs another 1,800 Moondrops. Why have we not gotten this automated factory Mark II built? Shouldn't that have happened by now? Oh, advanced small parts are still being a problem. I guess we kind of expected that. Advanced small parts, I think we're backed up a little bit on stainless, and stainless was backed up on aramid, and aramid was backed up on aluminum, and aluminum was backed up on phosphoric acid, which was backed up on wood, and we did fix wood. So, like, advanced small parts should be running more consistently now, but it's going to take a little while for everything to really catch up. Yeah, stainless is catching up, though. So... we're going to turn off trash unrequested because I'm going to start removing things from the requests here. All right, I'm just waiting for this automated factory to show up. Is it still sitting in the output chest up here? Or did a bot grab it? Still sitting in the output chest. All right, beautiful. All right, so this is just going to sit on the Yotoy modules and the Moondrop modules until I'm ready to come back for those. This is a really big build. But again, it's going to fully replace, like, all of my liquid fuel needs around the base. We're not necessarily going to... swap all the stations over to use it immediately. Because that's work. But... ooh, that lag when we build rails. It only seems to happen when we build rails, so I'm hoping that it's just like trains repathing. My overall UPS is... what is it? Yeah, I mean, we're still sitting at 60 UPS. And if we check time usage... yeah, worst case is 5 milliseconds for train pathing. Ouch. Oh, there's too much stuff underneath that. Anyway, I'm not super worried about it, but I know that this base is becoming rather sprawling, so I'm a little bit worried about it. Oh, nope, that doesn't go there. Guess we go over one more. What is this, a nickel reserve? Yeah. As long as it just lags a little bit when we build rail, when it's, you know, recomputing train paths, I'm okay. If we start seeing bigger lag spikes in other situations, then I'm going to get nervous. So the train fuel is going to need 2 input stations and 5 output stations. Which is, what, 7 stations in total? So actually, I do need this last segment. 3 segments should be enough, though. Okay. Just making sure I have the radar coverage we need. So, the overall shape of this build, where do we even want to start? Do we go backwards? I guess we go backwards. So let's start with our output, and then we'll figure out our inputs. So we'll do a high throughput pickup. And coming into that is going to be a fast belt. Something like that. That is going to be flanked by the barreling machines. That is not what I meant to do. There we go. So 12 of those. Each one is making what? Looks like we can use yellow inserters according to YAFC. Although that might be making assumptions based on hand size, which may or may not actually apply. Yeah, we pretty much have to do that. Unless I want to do them sideways, which I don't. And that means we're going to have to use long-handed inserters to... get the input. And this is going to be empty barrels coming, or empty canisters coming in. So empty canisters, I'm going to bring in on their own high throughput drop-off. There they are. I just can't spell. Oh, and this needs to be a red belt too, because we have just as many canisters coming in as going out. Amazing how that works. All right, so that's the actual, like, canister loop. And then those get... Ah, interesting. Okay, that's fine. Those get fuel oil from an array of high-pressure furnaces. So let's do that next, just like right over here. 15 of them. 15 of them. And each of these also makes a big old pile of... Ooh, you know what? Ugh. Let's do... I'm going to make this 16 of these in the grand scheme of things, actually. So I'm going to have to get one more of these. It'll just be a little bit easier to deal with the... belt balancing output belts and stuff like that if we have an even number of them. And actually, that's wrong. They need to be further apart. Because I need room for stack inserters in here. So this is going to be a fully stacked output belt for the ash. And then the ash output, we're actually processing on site because we have so much ash coming out of this build that I don't really want to be throwing it all onto rails. So we're going to send the ash over to the other side where it will be processed down with solid separators to oxide, coal dust, and soot. And then the inputs to all of these are going to be the actual iron-enriched moondrops. But let's get power figured out. Okay. The iron-enriched moondrops come from 50 moondrop greenhouses. All right. How do I want to do this? Do I want to do one row or 2 rows is really the question. And also, is this tin rock going to be, like, right in my way? Probably yes. So you're going to do the iron-enriched moondrops. Yeah, and of course, those... That is a lot of moondrops. And these are all going to have... How many are we making? We make a total of 30 a second out of 50 machines. So I'm pretty sure we can get away with mechanical inserters. $10. 19. 25. And 30 a second is not going to fit on this yellow belt, is it? I guess if I wanted to get 2 more, again, because we need even numbers to have everything on, like, the same size of the belt, I could do 2 sets of 26, each feeding 1/2 of this system. But we can do something like this. Just come up here to a red splitter. And then send 1/2 of them down this way. And 1/2 of them up to the other side. I'm just moving this belt over a little bit to make room. And that is the second half of the Moondrops. This is a stupidly large build. Let's see. We are going to easily use up all of our underground pipes. Well, maybe not. Sooner than later, but not immediately. All right, and all of these are going to need... We're pushing in 20 Moondrop seeds and 10 enriched biomass in total. So for each of these, even on a yellow belt, that's... Well, if the seeds are stacked, we can get away with them on a yellow belt, I guess. Because each half of this is one half of that total, so it would be 10 seeds and 5 enriched biomass. I'm just trying to figure out if we need... what belts we need to bring in the seeds and the biomass. I'll think about that. For now, we have actually another big old cluster of 50 of these that we need. It's actually 52. Let's bring it down here below that tin rock. What does this make? It is only 14 Moondrops a second. So we can actually go down to a yellow belt for that. So these make Moondrops from... which recipe are we using? Moondrop 2, apparently, is the one I settled on. And these all have a water... Oh, that's not going to work. This layout doesn't work. I'm going to have to redo the layout. I've done this so many times, and every time I work with Moondrops, I make the same mistake. The issue is that these ones have a hydrogen input on the side, so they can't be tightly packed. A mistake I have made several times when working with Moondrops. It's also really tempting take this at 26 here. And make this 2 lanes. And then we don't even need the... Then we don't need the splitter anymore. We don't need red belts at all. Moondrops to any fuel is crazy effective. Yeah, it seems like it. Like, this is a big build, obviously. You know, 100 and something, 120 Moondrop farms. But, like, the fuel value that we're getting out of this is ridiculous. Cool. That's going to be our thing here. And now if we divide all of our numbers by 4, our 20 Moondrop seeds will fit fine. Our 10 iron-enriched biomass will also fit fine. Yeah. So that was, I think, the right thing to do. Let's get all of our inputs. One, 2, 3. All right. So each of these belts is going to be 1/2 iron-enriched biomass, 1/2 whatever the other thing is, Moondrop seeds. We'll have to figure out how to route that. Like how we're actually bringing those belts in to the back of this. Because I think we're going to end up with, like, a red belt of Moondrop seeds. Here, let's clear this out of the way. We're going to end up with, like, a red belt of Moondrop seeds that we have to split. And then that'll get split with, like, that. And then we'll have a yellow belt of the iron-enriched biomass, which we split. And then we have, like, all of these belts that just need to be routed around to their appropriate positions. All right, this isn't actually that hard. Well, this one's going to be mildly a pain just because those 2 belts are right next to each other, but not too bad. There we go. All right, that wasn't too bad to figure out. So that's our Moondrop seeds on this side and iron-enriched biomass on this side. Each going to all the places they need to go. And then I can't copy and paste this build. We're going to have to do a fresh build for the Moondrops themselves. All right, and I actually want... Here, let's add a few things to our requests that we know we need. We're going to need one more Moondrop greenhouse. Because we split... No, actually, two more, sorry. Because we split the 50 of them into 2 clusters of 26. And then... Making methane, there's 18, and I'm going to want that to be... Sorry, there's 19, I'm going to want that to be 20, so we actually want 3 of these. Iron-enriched biomass is 25 Yotoi orchards, so we want 1 more Yotoi orchard. I think that's all the odd-numbered things. Oh, and botanical nurseries. All right. That'll let the bots get some of those things figured out for us. It is ad break o'clock. I do run just 1 ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. I'm going to get some water during the break. I'll see everybody shortly. I recommend you take the time to hydrate, stretch your legs, etc. I'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the ad break. I appreciate it. I know ads are no fun. I wouldn't run them if I could avoid them. Trust me, I do not make any money off of them. All right, let's... I had a realization during the ad break, and that is that looking at our build here, with how much stuff is coming out of these Moondrop seed things, we're not going to get... I think this is just going to have to be a stacked belt anyway, and if we have to stack the seeds, then we may as well also stack the Moondrops on the way out, and we'll just have, like, one big stacked belt that will split. But what that means is that this doesn't have to be a red belt, because they'll be coming in stacked instead of unstacked. So let's just line up on the edge there. Yeah. These are going to be Moondrop seeds. Like I said, the output's going to have to be stacked. Oh, I ended up with too many. Apparently I can't count. So this, we're going to have to do... First, we split off the Moondrops themselves. Because the Moondrop output needs to be cycled back around, right? And fed into the input. And then here, we're going to have a couple of splits. We'll do a priority split first, and this will be the seeds that go back to making the Moondrops that go into making seeds, right? That has to be the bigger priority. And then everything else just goes where it needs to go, and we're going to rely on the factory just kind of auto-balancing itself after time. So some will come up here, where they will make the iron-enriched Moondrops, and then the other ones will go to methane, which I haven't built yet. So that'll be... This will be the input then for the Moondrops that are coming from not the output of this. Am I going to need to lane balance these in order for this to work right? I probably am, aren't I? Pain in the butt. All right. So yeah, each of these two halves is going to want a lane balancer on it to make sure that we are correctly... I should remember how to do this. I definitely have some somewhere that I can just copy and paste, though. If I'm having a brain fart. That's just a 4-way belt balancer. That's an output balancer. Where's my input balancer? Oh, here we go. This one works. It's not as compact as the one that I was trying to do from memory, but it will do the job. Okay. And the reason to make sure these are lane balanced is because we always want to make sure that we are pulling from this as the high priority, even when... Like, if we were just pulling from the left side of the belt, then the right side of this belt could get backed up. And that would cause problems. So we want to make sure that we're pulling from this whenever there's stuff available on this belt, on either lane, no matter what these are doing. Otherwise, we'll lock up and we'll be sad. Oh, did I not put power into these? I did not put power into these. Okay. Let's figure out power. Oop, there goes Dingrits. Let's figure out power for these Moondrops. I don't think it's actually that hard. I think it's just like this down the middle of each row. You know what? I take it back. I was right the first time. Cool. So that is that part. The seeds. We still haven't done methane. Methane will have to get going soon. And obviously we haven't done the iron-enriched biomass via the Yotoi yet. I'm out of belts. I'm running low on power poles. So let's head up to the mall. And let's grab... Oh, I also need one more high-pressure furnace. Let's add that to the requests. And then we can also grab a bunch of the Moondrop modules while we're up there. And get some of those installed. Since we're doing a back-and-forth trip, we may as well. Seems like we caught up on train demand, which is fine. Let's see. Power poles somewhere around here too. There we go. This build is close enough to the mall that I'm not overly worried about running back and forth a couple of times. It's rare that we're this close, so I'm just not going to worry about. We're still going to need, yeah, a lot more Moondrops. What are we missing? Oh, we're missing gray inserters in some places. Oops, I didn't realize that. All right, let's take a look at the next thing, which is making the Moondrops that feed the seeds. And the issue with that is that these have 2 inputs, if we're using the right recipe. Yeah. They're going to look like that, as opposed to these ones, which can be tightly packed because their second input is just more methane. These ones have to be spread out. And then along with the water, yeah, we'll do output up the middle, I think. Oh, I'm out of landfill. That is a thing I will have to get more of. I didn't realize I was running so low on it, or I would have gotten more when I was up at base the first time. And then inputs also here. So that is, whoops. Well, besides running into that radar that I'm going to have to move. That's the Moondrops, which come in here. And this whole thing, well, let's see how far... That's 4... Oh, we don't have this much here, do we? So what is that? 16, 32, 48. And we're supposed to have 52 of these. We're supposed to have 52 of these. So that's like... One more machine. Ooh, something's wrong with my... Which one? That one. That one. That one. Is that wrong everywhere? No, it's just in the bottom row because that's the only place I had the copy and paste issue. Yeah. And then one more row of these at the end. Those are our inputs. Inputs. This is an output, so we don't need it here. Okay. And then these 4 inputs are basically the same as these, but flipped vertically. And given a little more space, I guess. Except that instead of being iron-enriched biomass, the second input here is what? The second input is dirt. All right. And then these get the highest priority of the Moondrop seeds. How many Moondrop seeds feed into this? 12.1. All right. So that is still... Oh, plus it's stacked, so it doesn't matter. Now, dirt is apparently 18 soil extractors. Because I guess I decided this build was big enough. I didn't need to bother using soil extractor Mark IIs. And then this is actually like 2 pumps worth of water for these guys. It's a lot. You don't think YAFC accounts for the Moondrop? What Moondrop? I have the CO2 turd. Where's turd? Does the Moondrop turd, the CO2 turd, give me a... Oh, 50% real speed. You're right. I forgot about that aspect of the turd. Can I... Is there a way to do that in YAFC to make it actually show that? We have 32 of these, plus we have carbon capture. Like that. That did not change the numbers. Carbon capture 2 from our tube. That's probably why. Oh, I have to beacon it, right? Because it doesn't think I have the module slots. I forget how to do this. Find a beacon that's at 100%, like this one. No, I can't beacon it. There's the... Oh, that's right. It's the turd beacon. Carbon capture Mark II. There we go. Hey, that works. All right. Yep, you're absolutely right. Cool. Middle click. Manually mark as accessible. Thank you. I should do that with this recipe too. Yeah, this saves a bunch of buildings. Awesome. So yeah, we need like 34. Well, I guess I'll make it like 36. All right. Well, it saves a bunch of buildings, but... All right, to like there. So all of these ones are now excess. Yep. All right, and that means that this whole thing, we're going to move as far back as we can this way. And then we're going to have to do the same thing down here. These are the ones making the Moondrops. So instead of 30... I mean, it's still going to be 36 buildings. So just to there. All right, so all of this comes out. These last pipes come out. Everything past here on the output. Oh, nope, these pipes actually don't come out. These ones we need. And then all of this, again, just gets closer. We can actually put it right there. Okay. This needs to come in someplace. I mean, I could do it like here, actually. Boom. All right. And then the water is honestly fine where it is. And none of these are built just because I don't have the landfill. That's our limiting factor right now is landfill, not anything else. Cool. Yeah, that saves a ton. Oh, of course, these don't quite... Thanks, Pi. Okay, I think that's all correct. Some stuff might be a little wonky. We'll figure it out. So in theory, I mean, other than needing some moondrops to, like, start this bootstrap, this part is good to go. I gotta go grab a bunch of landfill. So what's left is we have a bunch of moondrop seeds that need to be fed into the methane moondrops. And then the CO2 drops are totally standalone. So, and then the iron-enriched biomass part, which I haven't even looked at yet. A train is stuck. Why is this train stuck? Because... Because station control isn't doing what I want? I thought station control was supposed to output what the train was coming to get. Am I losing my mind? Oh, is it outputting negative? That's an easy fix, at least. I mean, this is showing no signals on red, which means this station control combinator is not doing anything. Ah, it's off the station combinator, not off the station control. Oh, that's my bad. Okay, so we don't need the station control combinator at all. We just need an arithmetic combinator to invert that. And then if I put in anything that's not... Yeah, immediately output and sent back into here. Okay. Let me double check the CyberSyn docs. I just want to be sure that... Output of the combinator will give the full list of carbo... Okay, so yeah, it should be on the station combinator, not the station control. The station control does some other stuff with, like, dispatched orders, but not what I wanted here. So this is right. This is always going to be just the output for this train, right? It says it wants 20,000, and it's going to do it. Okay, perfect. So that's what I'll be able to copy and paste to all the other depots when we actually start upgrading trains. We got a lot to do before we do that, though. All right, let me go grab a couple stacks of landfill, just because I'm sick of standing around here waiting for, or seeing all the alerts for missing everything. And then, hopefully we can get that build wrapped up and start to get fuel canisters going. All right, I am out of Moondrop modules. That's not a surprise. So that'll be soil coming into these. Oh, and these are not all fully connected, are they? Because they don't reach across. We got to get, like, one more. Everything connected now? Everything's connected now. Perfect. So, I guess the next thing is the methane. Which is like this much, except its inputs and outputs are a little bit different, so we're probably going to have to change it. Do we just rebuild it? I guess we just rebuild it. It's probably not worth messing with. Methane, this recipe. So yeah, basically the same as the... It's basically the same as this, except the inputs and outputs are a little bit different. Cool. 16 of those. And the methane input here is on the top, although that's just... that. This whole thing... Do we try to tuck it sideways like this, or do we just let it go here? I guess we just let it go here. I don't think it's worth really messing with. So these are all also going to need seeds, which is this one. Actually, let's get the power in first, and then we'll figure out... That should be the methane, other than, like, needing to hook up water and CO2. But water and CO2 are also needed down here, so we're going to have to get those kind of routed globally. Oh no, we don't need CO2 here. Is CO2 just for the... Yeah, the CO2 is just for the methane. All right. So we'll get that done up here, because that's ZI. So if we... grab that to here, we can get like 1, 2, 3 of these. And that will be the CO2 once, once we have the modules in it. Water, I'm not going to try to even bother routing globally. We're just going to drop water where we need it. Although in this case, I think we can just hook it up to the same one. I think 2 of these is enough for the whole thing. 2 of them is enough for all of our water demand in the whole chart, according to YAFC. So with these ones split off on their own, 2 should definitely be enough for all this. All right, so we've got the methane done, the moondrops, the moondrop seeds, the soil. We have to do the yotoi for the iron-enriched biomass, and we have the ash separation on the output, and those are, like, it. And we have a bunch of leftover moondrop greenhouses because we forgot to take our turd into account in YAFC. Not that it made this build significantly smaller to take that turd into account, but you know what? That's fine. I will take a moderately smaller build. That is for sure. So, we come on down here with the yotoi orchard, making the iron-enriched biomass. Guess we do it like this. The nice thing about this is we actually can just do one pipe for the output that stretches all the way across instead of doing it on both sides. Slightly cheaper in terms of pipes, I think. Not like significantly cheaper in terms of pipes, but a little bit. And how many of those do we need in total? 26. 6, 8, 10, 12, 22, 26, 26. The iron-enriched biomass comes up here and feeds this. Not what I meant to do. And we have just enough space here. You know what? I don't love this. I'm gonna do this. Can I make a deconstruction planner for just... Yes. I'm going to route that up the top instead of the bottom. Also, I think this whole thing can go further north, can't it? Just, like, significantly so. So we'll figure that out, too. All of the inputs to these... What does this bring in? A grand total of 0.67. Yeah, that's just this. And we also need power, which, of course... And then all of this gets shuffled a little bit further north because it's fairly far south at the moment. The occasional lag spikes are definitely getting more noticeable. That's not good. Okay. So we're going to have to bring in a fluid drop-off for hydrogen and for tailings, which I'm hopeful we produce enough of in large enough quantities that, like, I don't have to worry about the fact that it's largely a byproduct. I think we do intentionally make it somewhere, but still. Hydrogen here is this pipe system, which is all connected. So we can just grab this over to here. Whoop, and we're out of underground pipes here. Or not underground pipes, overground pipes. That would be the... tailings in. That should work, more or less. These pipes might be in the wrong place, though, because we need a solid drop-off in here. And does it all fit? It all kind of squeezes in, actually. Okay, I'll take it. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth here. So this needs to request the Yotoi aloe. We have just a trickle of that feeds. There we go. That will feed all of those. Their tailings in. We'll need to get set up. That's fine. All right. Is this the whole thing? Well, we need to deal with some of the byproduct outputs still. But other than that, yes, this is pretty much the whole thing. Let's go grab more modules and pipes. And hopefully we can figure out if anything else is broken with that. We'll get the outputs sorted because we still haven't done those. The outputs shouldn't be too bad. Ooh. Hi guy, welcome in, first time chatter. What am I doing? I'm getting all of these modules. And I also am going to need a few more. We didn't have enough gathered here. So, are we done with this requester chest at this point? We are. That's what? 1,000, 1,500, 1,600, a little under 1,700. So I only need like 1 or 2 more stacks of Yotoi. But we also definitely need some more Moondrops. And Twitch is telling me that it's ad break o'clock again, as always. I do run just 1 ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. I'm going to get a little bit of water during the break. I recommend you guys do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings. And then when the ad break is over, hopefully we'll get this fuel oil build wrapped up. I think we're pretty close to being finished with it, so... Oh, I should have grabbed some Moondrops that were not Module Mark IIs. Because we need to start bootstrapping the Moondrop seed loop. Alright, we might have to do that too when we come back. Let me see if we have any in Logi storage, though. We might be lucky. Yeah, we do. Alright, we're fine. Alright, I'll see everybody in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. Alright, we need to drop all of these modules in here. And I should have brought enough. Hope I brought enough. Each of these machines takes a lot of modules at tier 2. And apparently we need power looped around to the bottom. Alright, so these are just waiting for tailings, which we have. Oh, I just didn't finish hooking this up. So that's the iron-enriched biomass, which is getting started being made. The Moondrops, we do need to bootstrap the Moondrop seed loop here. Oh, right. My bad. All right. All of these ones we're going to filter to Moondrop seeds. And then we'll have another one filtered to Moondrops. That's just kind of what you have to do when you have multiple products coming out of one machine. and you're trying to stack them. Stack inserters are weird that way. All right, that should start bootstrapping itself. Up here, we need modules for the CO2. Oh, and for the... Ooh, I might not have enough modules. All right, I'm going to have to get... What? 6... 7... All right. Like 256 modules. A little bit less. 226 modules, but... Call it 5 stacks. These guys are going, spitting out their iron-enriched biomass. Beautiful. That's going to have some time to buffer because this... We got to close the loop on the seeds because we have priority on the Moondrop seeds set to making the Moondrops. Until we close that loop, it will... The seeds are all going to come down here. I could help that along by going to grab more Moondrops. There were a bunch of them in the mall. So if we don't need them in the mall, and we don't, we can drop them all off in these machines to get the loop closed faster. I think this also needs yeah. What I realized was I had lane balancers here to make sure that when these are pulling, they pull evenly from both sides of this, no matter what's going on with, like... Because this is the high priority input, but if these are always pulling evenly from both sides of this belt, if this only had one side full, then we'd be alternating between taking from this and taking from this. And we still want to take from... you know, both sides of this. So, instead of alternating, if only one side of this is full, we want to balance this as an input balancer here. Or output balancer, rather. A lot of these have started to turn on. Some of these are not turning on. That's fine, they're getting there. Okay. It's just taking a second for the seeds to make their way all the way around. And the iron-enriched biomass is coming through at a good clip. Yeah. Okay. This is looking pretty good. All right, we're going to need another pickup station down here. And this is one of our byproduct outputs. We have the... whatever this is, wastewater here, which we're going to just feed into an evaporator, making urea. because this is a byproduct station, we flag it as high priority. And actually, this needs void logic. So let me find... Whoa, did the worker robots finally catch up? Hey, they did. They finished. No more stone and logs in the mall. I'm impressed. I didn't think that was possible. This one will do. So that'll be the urea output from the wastewater. There we go. Yeah, these guys were starting to potentially back up on wastewater a little bit. So that's good to have that going. And then we're not going to have ash output to deal with yet because we're still, like I said, we need to buffer all the seeds as inputs first. And we haven't even started doing that. So that's going to be a minute until the... until we need to deal with this ash, but we'll get that figured out. Oh, and of course there's one more thing we didn't do, which is that we want to have a... We want the fuel oil to be available not just here, but also as a fluid through the whole base. And that'll pump 1,200, oh! How much do we make? We make 2,400 a second. These will pump 1,200 a second. Same here, right? No, that's 12,000 a second. That's fine. The overflow valves are only 1,200 a second, though. Okay. Which means we need to do this a little bit differently. Guess we'll take 2 of them. We'll do 3 for good measure. But this is 12,000 a second, so this will be fine. It's just these ones that we need to parallel up to have the overflow work correctly. And we do an overflow here just because we want to prioritize the train network over anything else, right? If the trains run out of fuel, we're gonna have a bad time. And in fact, everything that's an input to this should be considered like the highest priority. Because again, if the train network fails, we're gonna have a bad time. This would back up faster if these weren't stacked, but nothing I can do about that, so... What did we just get? Oh, aerogel. All right. So I need to grab some more things for methane. And then I need to build the outputs for the ash sorting. Let's go grab the remaining module Mark IIs that we need. Oh, and we also need to do the actual little build for our first empty canisters, because those will need to come from somewhere, right? They'll loop when the canisters are used up by the trains. We'll end up with empty canisters at the train outputs, and those will be able to go where they need to go. But until we have that set up, not here, down here, Moondrops. There we go. We've used a lot of Moondrop modules. The Moondrop module build is really not meant for builds this big. It suffices. It is able to make plenty of modules for most of our builds, but this is a much bigger single build than I really intended when I designed that thing. All right, we are starting to back up on the seeds, which is good. And we should also see these starting to, back up a little bit. I might need to switch all of these over to be stacked, now that I'm thinking about it. Because the overall system needs 25 a second. And it'll pull in stacked ones first, but it still needs to pull in like 13 a second from here. And I just don't see that working. Yeah, all right, let's do that.
The fact sphere is always right.
Dog of Chaos, thank you for the $4. I really, really appreciate that. Is very, very unnecessary and very, very generous. Do I want to get rid of the power poles in here too and like redo everything? Kind of, yes. Oops, not those ones. These ones. So, we can do them like here. We'll want poles here, which I guess puts them like there. Sure. Oop, that was wrong. Ooh, that's misaligned. Ooh boy, yep, I really screwed that up. All right, I need a few more orange inserters apparently if we're stacking this output, but that is gonna work better, I think, because we should now have enough bandwidth on this belt here for everything we need. And we are starting to push seeds, which means we're gonna start to make, yeah. All right, it's turning on. And it looks like the yellow inserters are keeping up. Yeah, the hand size is sufficient that they can keep up here. Awesome. And then this ash is going to start backing up real soon. And then we're overflowing right into here. Sweet. We have fuel oil. Before we go up to... Seven stream streak, yeah, apparently a week's work. That's, I mean, that's pretty much 2 weeks, right? Since I only stream half the week. Did that notify? Ooh, I don't think those do. Can I fix that? Is that a highlight? No. Is that an info message? Yes. Okay. Sorry, I'm fixing my Twitch chat client that I use so that I get notifications in my headphones when, like, watch streaks and subscribers. Well, subscribers, I hear the the notification that everyone else sees, but things like watch streaks I wasn't getting a sound for, and I should now be getting a sound for them. All right, back to the game. Sorry. I was just fixing it while I was thinking about it. Otherwise, I was going to forget, and it was never going to get fixed. So, ash separation, 20 a second. What do we think? 6 blue inserters is enough if we're, with a hand size upgrade? Should be. And then we output 1.5 items a second, which we will also just do with blue inserters. Whoop. And we're not going to get this finished because I am out of power poles. Let's go do that then. Grab power poles. We'll grab the stack inserters to finish fixing the stacked Moondrop output. And my poor bots here are gonna be rather busy trying to bring me stuff, but we're gonna grab some things by hand and we're gonna move through pretty quickly. Because I think most of the stuff that I need, I have. Rail signals are in here. Chain signals? Question mark? Oh, they ended up in my inventory. Okay. I mean, I've said this like 4 times, but I think that's everything that I'm going to need to get this build finished up. Yeah, we're not, we're still accumulating seeds in that part of the loop, so. Async saving, oh yeah. I honestly don't know how anyone does big factorial bases on Windows. That's not me trying to rag on Windows in a general case, although I'm always happy to do that too. But like async saving in particular is such a great Factorio feature. Really? I'm out of rails by like 1? All right, and what are our outputs from the ash separation? We've got coal dust, we've got iron oxide, and we've got soot. Cool. Coal dust, and change this to coal dust. And then same thing, iron oxide. And iron oxide. And then this one's going to be soot. How much soot do we make? 1.5 a second. All right, that's just a couple of inserters then. So one more piece of rail here. And then we're done? Question mark? Like we're producing the fuel oil. Lua's fine. There are much worse languages out there than Lua. Lua's not good, but for how quickly it lets you get things done and how intelligible it is as a language and how easy to integrate the VM is and all of those other things, It's fine. It's... Yeah, but that's just, like, scripting language problems. Those are problems with all scripting languages. That's not just a Lua thing. All right, well, we have 40,000. Our tank is full already. I probably want to do... some extra tanks here. And then set this to a very high train limit. Because eventually this is going to be the liquid fuel for, like, the whole base. So I want to make sure that it's a large enough buffer that we can dispatch, you know, heaps of trains. Heaps and heaps of trains, potentially. I think this is working. I mean, it's hard to tell if it's got any weird bottlenecks just because we don't have any demand on the fuel oil yet, so we really can't check. But seems fine. Let's go ahead and grab, like, right here. Oof. Oof. Every time we touch the train network, the game gets very sad. Oh. Yeah, I can really feel them. Like I said, it seems to be only when I touch the rails, so it's my, 300 trains repathing, right? UPS is still at 60 as long as it's not repathing. Overall time usage is fine. Update is taking... Yeah, okay, so we're up to like 10 milliseconds. How much of that is inserters? Transport lines are fast. Entity update is 3.5 milliseconds. Script update is 2. Ouch. Oh. I might have to get rid of train trails. That, I don't know if I have a millisecond and a half to spare in my UPS anymore, unfortunately. Yeah, and inserters are up to like 1.2. So it is almost, but not quite, worth it to start maybe finally doing loaders. Oh, that would be such a big refactor. Oh. Going around the whole base, putting in loaders in places where we have large amounts of inserters. But it would help the UPS. All right, fuel canister is 2 steel a second and 4 plastic a second into 2 fuel canisters a second. So we don't need anything fancy here. I got that right? Yes, it's twice the plastic to the steel. And for now, we just have the one automated factory. Oh, it's called an empty fuel canister. That's why I keep being unable to search for it. Because I keep trying to search for empty canister, and that's not a text match. Okay. That should just start to make empty canisters for us. And then this actually needs to be set with a priority. Not that it... My output stations from all of these should be set to high priority anyway. Yeah, these are set to priority 99. It's clear them before anything else happens, so I don't need a priority here. And also, all of this should be set to priority 99. I think I set it all to priority 5. Yeah, let's do 99. To match the train system priority in the general case. 5 is plenty high. I don't have, like, 6 other priorities. But... these also all need that. Oh, shoot. I messed something up. Those look like drop-off stations, not pickup stations. Oh, look. Oh, that didn't... I did not do super force build appropriately, I guess. There we go. Now these are all set to the maximum priority. So when we do have trains actually running on fuel canisters, they will be able to they'll be the highest priority input. I think I decided that this is working correctly now. So we got to drop this off at all of our other train depots and get them all set up so that they can handle both types of output. And then I think the depots, once we have canisters of fuel that have actually been distributed to all the depots, which we will have to wait for, oh boy. then we should be able to start upgrading trains. That's the... I don't really know how I want to fully handle getting all of our trains upgraded. What I might be able to do is, like... just put a... I can always extend the mall's coverage to, like, this set of depots at least, if not all of the depots. And maybe we can do something with an upgrade planner there and get the bots to do most of the work. So we've got one here. 2, 3, 4 more. And I should double check that they are all also appropriately requesting both types of fuels. Yes, that one's good. Where is that one? Up there? All right. I don't know. If anyone has any thoughts on how to do the train migration, I'm happy to hear them. I guess I could start renaming depot stations to, like, Depot 2 and Depot, and then we would, like, just tear down the old trains. Like, we'd have a place where we could decommission them. I'm not sure if that would be the best option. Is it possible to add an interrupt? Maybe? Would that break CyberSyn? But if I do add the interrupt to the schedule... Interrupt on empty cargo and 0 fuel. Yeah, as long as they have enough fuel to get to the upgrade location. Otherwise, we're going to end up with some stranded halfway across the base with no fuel that I'm going to have to go upgrade manually. Which is what I was trying to avoid. But yeah, if it's interrupt on empty fuel and empty cargo, and then we switch all these to no longer request coal, then eventually we'll run out of coal, And as they run out of fuel, they'll go upgrade. That would work. Except again that I'm worried they would end up with some that are... that would run out of fuel. Oh, zero fuel can you... Oh, I didn't realize you could do that for specific fuel types in the interrupt. Oh, okay. It's true if they're full of coal, yeah. Fuel, all locomotives. Oh, yeah, you can do specific fuels. Okay. But apparently I can't set it here to fuel canisters because this type of train doesn't have fuel canisters. Darn. This was not the path I meant to take. There's probably a way to force it to work. Coal greater than 0 is the same thing. That's true, because they would empty their coal. Yeah, I think we could add that as an interrupt to the schedule. I mean, what's the worst that happens? We break the whole thing, right? Like, the absolute worst case is that we have to go around manually getting trains fixed up and upgraded, and that's like the status quo baseline. So... all right. So then the next thought / question is... if they all trigger their interrupt, will they all end up trying to queue up for one station? Will they get blocked? Because if I only have like one upgrader station... target station not... Okay, I can set that in the interrupt logic. I flipped through and I didn't see it, and I'm probably just blind. Conditions. Station... Oh, you can specify which station is not full. Okay, cool. So yeah, in that case, if we go ahead and grab a... I mean, it doesn't really matter what kind of station I use here, because I'm going to customize it. Doesn't even have to be a CyberSyn station, does it? You're going to be called Upgrader. And I actually do need you to have a solid drop-off station here next to you. And I'm doing this at the mall because this is where the bots are. Is the... Seems train refuel. You can turn off... Create a fuel station. Yeah, that would probably maybe work. What I want to avoid having to do is, like, mess with the train twice. So, like, if I have to change all the schedules over or do anything like that, I will be sad. Okay. So up here, we're going to have what? Input, output. So there's fuel canisters in. And then this side is going to take coal out. And I'll have to think about where that needs to go. If I have... Right now it's a buffer chest, but I think if we get rid of this buffer chest... Or sorry, this requester chest... And we set up a buffer chest to request the advanced locomotives. Like 10 at a time. That should figure itself out, and it'll make more advanced locomotives as we need them. What was supposed to have prod modules? Oh, the ash... Why did I prod that? That's silly. Well, I guess it's not. I want all those byproducts. So yeah, apparently I was supposed to prod these. All right, so this is the upgrader. And if we add an interrupt, the interrupt condition is that you have coal and station is not full upgrader and circuit condition? No. Oh, and empty cargo. Then go to upgrader. Wait until you don't have any coal anymore. Well, really it needs to be like wait until the new fuel is greater than 0, but I can't set that here because Factorio is trying to be helpful. But if we say wait until coal equals 0, Oh, here's a question, actually. Whoops, this was supposed to be a train limit of 1. Well, we're going to get our first trains here. If instead of taking the coal out this way, will the construction bots take the coal out because it's not a valid fuel anymore? Like, what actually happens when the trains get... Nope. From... Oh. Really? Hi. So I have to do this by hand for all 200 trains? I don't want to do it by hand for all 200 trains. Do I have a schematic with the vanilla? Yes. So yeah, I mean, I could make a new blueprint for it. That is an option. All right, we are starting to get fuel canisters, though. I can pipette the locomotive from there. Oh, interesting. But can I do that? Well, I can do it from here, too, right? Yeah, it just won't take it at all. It's not considered a valid upgrade planner item. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do it by hand. We'll let the bots bring me some locomotives, and we'll see what we can figure out. I probably need to let... Yeah, maybe there's an add-on mod somewhere. Not sure. All right, it's ad break o'clock. As always, I'm going to get a little bit of water while the ad break runs. I recommend everyone else do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs, and when we come back, we'll figure out what the heck we're doing with these locomotives. I'll see everybody shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Does anyone have a note? I'm looking at the Discord for upgrade locomotives. Okay, there's apparently a mod. There is a train upgrader mod. Maybe that's what we need to figure out. Let's save the game and... Normally I don't like messing with my mods on stream, but like... Train upgrader? Oh, is this one not updated for 2.0? Oh, this is a message from September of 2024. Never mind. No, February of 2024. So yeah, no. The mod probably hasn't been updated. Darn. All right. So I guess this is what we have to do. And then put fuel in it. But before we fuel them, we do want to actually have fuel at all of our other stations, right? Because we don't want them to start flying out and about and then run out of fuel. Yeah, all right. With that many... With the small stack size, we can make that on a high bandwidth station. They'll fill and empty pretty quickly. So yeah, Cybersyn will round robin this. So each depot should get one load, and then we'll be able to start throwing fuel in these. Unfortunately, it is going to be a manual process. Although it seems like it kept... Oh, because the train is still the train. Because the cargo wagon was still here. So I deleted the locomotive and put a new locomotive on, but it's still the same train? Is that how that works? Huh. Train ID 64. If I take that off and I put a new one on... No, it gets a new train ID. But it still has the Cybersyn schedule. Interesting. Here, let's get these ones cleared out and going back to the depot. I had the train limit set wrong on this, so a second train came in. Yeah, upgrader is not full. And empty cargo inventory and fuel. Dispatch to upgrader. Why? Why does it keep trying to send another... Oh, this doesn't think that it's at upgrader, does it? Is that what I needed to do? Now if I clear this, is another one going to get dispatched? Yes, the trains keep getting dispatched. Okay, well, that's mildly frustrating as well, but... Interesting. You don't think you can path to upgrader at all? Yeah, I know the new train's on manual. Well, no, it went to automatic when I clicked play, but... Whatever. It's not the end of the world if another train is locked up back here. It's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world. That should be hopefully enough fuel that I can get these guys started as the fuel keeps getting dispatched around the rest of the base. That's the hope. The hope is that we can make this go relatively quickly. Which means I don't actually need this one because I grabbed the fuel by hand. Probably helps to have the train pointed in the right direction. The problem is, this is still going to take me forever. Like, we have so many trains. Like, yes, we can get them going this way, but there's got to be a better way to do this. There's got to be some reasonable... At least they come to me. Yeah. It's still a lot of clicks per upgrade. Set up a couple of parallel stations. I don't know how much I can actually batch, but yeah, that might help. Really? We can't loop these in? That's the best you think you could do? God. Yeah, because I guess it has to come down to, like, this level and then swoop back around. I will have to think about that. how I want to lay it out, but like, there's only so much I can do to batch the upgrades anyway. It's a lot of clicks. Having more of them queued up waiting for me would at least mean that I'm not killing time sitting around. But also, what the heck? Is that not... Did I miss spell upgrader? Is it not part of the condition that says upgrader is not full? Why are there 92 trains with this stop? Because I copied and pasted it? But they all would have still had a train limit of 1, so there should have only ever been, like, 2 or 3 of them that could have... How did we end up with 92 of these assigned to this? Well, that is gonna be a problem. I'm gonna have to fix all of these now, aren't I? If I delete the interrupt, will they all reset? Like, will it go away on everything that thinks it's set to upgrader? No. They all still have the temporary. If I get rid of the wait condition? No, but then I have to get rid of the wait condition on all of them. And yes, it does let them flush through, but there's still 90 trains with this. And, like, unfortunately, coming into this view, when I click on one of these trains, I could get rid of the temporary station, but then when I back out, I'm back here, and I have to click, like, 3 times again. I have no idea how I managed to get 80 trains with this thing set on them, and I'm going to have to fix them all by hand. Yeah, because there are trains. I mean, some of these are just sitting in depots, and, like, that would be fine. They're at least out of the way. But there's ones that are blocking other stations. So I can't just, like, leave these. Well, we started with like 90. So we're like a third done. All right, I'm going to focus on the ones that aren't at depots. Yes, the ones at depots also need to be fixed, but you know what? It's too scattered. It's not worth the time to scroll versus just always click in the same place to fix it. Halfway done. I'm surprised that there's no actual way to upgrade locomotives. I wasn't seeing anything in the Discord, although Discord's search is not always fantastic, so it's possible that I missed something. I will probably have to spend a little more time in the Discord seeing if anyone has any suggestions, but getting any closer to the finish line? Define the finish line. We're probably within a couple hundred hours of Pi-Sci 3. So, like, yes, progress, but a lot of the past chunk of time has just been getting upgrades done from, like, new versions of ore processing that we got from chemical science and things like that. So, we have made some progress towards Pi-Sci 3, but we've also just made a ton of progress on getting the existing things running more smoothly, more consistently, higher output, more efficient processing, all that good jazz. Oh, we're almost done. There we go. We did it. And I got rid of the... Yeah, I got rid of the interrupt, so we're not going to see many new trains. Oh, you can see which ones are upgraded. That's funny. They're not getting fuel yet. That's okay. Like, they hold a ton of new fancy trains. Yeah. Oh, and I just realized these all need to be upgraded to handle... I gotta do that on all of these. And right there. It's definitely easier to see on the horizontal ones than the vertical ones when I've got it lined up correctly. There's another one here. And here. Oh. Yeah, that is impossible to see. You know what? I can just do this. Instead of messing around with it, and just paste the setting. All right, I think those all got set. Because all of these should be able to handle multiple types of outputs at this point. So the issue... There we go. Does anyone know an updated way? Yep. All right. I think this is what we're going to do. We're going to leave this as what it is, but it's no longer an upgrader. You are... See, the problem is... we can deconstruct trains, but we can't upgrade them. So I can drag a deconstruction planner for trains over the whole base, and then send them to this station, and the bots will grab them when it's time to deconstruct them. And that would work for all the trains that potentially... and again, we'll just filter it on, like, has coal, etc. That means that I'm still responsible for, you know, building new trains and having, whatever, the 200 of them that we need to have. But, like... how many trains do we have that are fluid trains versus solid trains? I don't know. So doing a just like mass deconstruction like that isn't ideal. So we do have some that are upgraded at this point, but it is a slow process. Bots can't upgrade trains. You can't even put them in an upgrade planner. Why are all of these so sad? Oh, they're probably just too close to other signals when I copy and paste it all through, huh? Sure. So these can all be called upgrader now. And they all have a train limit of 1. So, like, we still have to do this by hand, but we can maybe do it in a batch. And that's what we're going to try to do, is batch them. So if we grab another train, we're going to re-add the interrupt. The condition is any locomotives have coal and upgrader is not full and your cargo is empty. And if any of those are true, we want you to go to upgrader. So that should dispatch, whatever, half a dozen trains to the various upgraders. It says 8. There are 7 stations. I don't understand that part. Oh, because I do actually have 8 upgrader stations. I'm an idiot. That's why. Because I left one up here. What? Factorio. That's not okay. What? How and why did you decide when I deleted a station that you could assign 15 more trains to go upgrade? Or 8 more, I guess. It's like it briefly decided that those ones weren't pathing to their station. Or maybe because it thought they were pathing to the other upgrader. And then it allowed all of these other trains to claim slots. All right. So now the trains are zooming through upgrader because they don't actually stay at upgrade. So we need to wait until, and I've been saying all locomotives have 0 coal. All right. So now when the trains come over here, and I don't have enough advanced locomotives. What are we missing? Oh, small parts. Of course it's advanced small. Still? I mean, it seems like they've been running continuously, but it's possible that we're just having issues getting the advanced small parts, like, belt resaturated. Because our advanced small parts were broken for so long. Yeah. And, like, this is a stacked belt, which it maybe shouldn't be. So there's just a lot of advanced small parts. All right, what we're going to do to fix that is we're going to add a buffer chest here. With no upgrades, with no trash unrequested. And the auto mall is set to request from buffer chests. So what should happen here is all of these advanced small parts that are on the belt will get put into the buffer chest. The buffer chest shouldn't get recycled back to the input. Right? It won't send from one buffer chest to another buffer chest. So then we'll have advanced small parts available to the auto mall. And eventually, as we get more train loads of advanced small parts, the rails will the belts will resaturate and the system will work normally, quote unquote, again. That is the theory. And they're all going north. None of them are going south to the input buffer chest. So I think my theory is correct. All right. And I want a big enough request amount that these will run in parallel. I want 2 machines making these. 60 will force 2 of these to run. We're waiting for the last train to make its way up. And then we're going to try to do some stuff so we can parallelize this a little bit. I just need more locomotives for that. I need 7 to get started with the plan. How many do I have now? 5? All right. Waiting for 2 more to get built, and then I'll be able to go back down there, drop them in place. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a blueprint of, like, all 7 of them in parallel. And then I can, by hand, remove 5 of them, paste in 7. Probably include their fuel in that, which means that I need a bunch of fuel available to me that I don't currently have available to me. Also worried about fuel here. Okay, I do see canisters. All right, only to, like, here, though. So, yeah, we definitely need more fuel getting made. We're probably just waiting on empty canisters getting delivered over here so that we can be outputting more fuel to, like, the whole system. So maybe I do need to wait until we have more fuel in the whole system as well before I... All right, I'm going to go grab a bunch of fuel canisters while I'm waiting. Hopefully we can do this, like, again, just like several at a time instead of one at a time. It's still going to be kind of tedious, but Oh, a train just came and took all these canisters away. Lovely. Oh, there's some. Okay, let's see if we can manage to do this in a mostly reasonable way. So, we do this. And then we say blueprint it. Include trains, include fuel. Don't include entities. We're going to call you new train. Now, I mean, this works. But, I mean, it takes a little while for all the trains to, like, get down here to be able to do some of them at once. So I have time to update them all and get them all set with, you know, the new schedule and everything. I'm going to bet as soon as I do this is when the trains get dispatched. Yeah. Excuse me. That doesn't work? If I hand place them, they connect to the trains, but if I use the blueprints, they don't. They did get the schedule, though, so that worked. That part worked great. All right, let me go grab those trains. And we're gonna figure out some other sort of plan, I guess. Fortunately, Cybersyn will never dispatch these. Because it's smart enough to know cargo wagons and stuff. All right, I do need to... So maybe instead of trying to do 7 in parallel, what we do is we do... We do separate blueprints for cargo wagons and fluid wagons, and then we can just paste in the blueprint. So at that point, it is effectively just a decommissioning and recommissioning station, which wasn't really my plan. All right. So if I do this, and then I throw in a fuel canister, and we blueprint this, we include trains, we include fuel. Ooh, look at that. We can't actually place it over these other ones because it sees that it's in the way. Now can I place it in? Yes. The problem is that I'm now not sure how many I have that were fluid wagons there, and how many were solid. Not that it really matters. And also, I'm out of trains, but... Are the trains blocked on something? Just waiting on, waiting on plastic bars, apparently. So yeah, I'm gonna have to have two... Let's make a deconstruction planner. And we are going to take locomotives and wagons. And then we have our two blueprints. You're going to be new cargo. And then I'll have to do another one for new fluid. And I can make that happen right now, actually. Well, no, I can't. I don't have a train. As soon as I get a locomotive, I can. And then what I can do is I can just grab the decon planner as trains come in here, and I can just, like, zoop them, and then paste in the new one. But this does require that bots are regularly bringing me new trains. Which they are struggling with at the moment. The other thing I'm curious about is... fuel canisters. I mean, they're still getting made. It's going to take a while before there's enough canisters built that, oh, train is out of fuel. That's a thing that I was afraid of happening. If we didn't have enough fuel in the depots yet. All right. I want to get the blueprint for the new fluid train in place, and then I will go refuel that train. So I'm just waiting for the bots to bring me another locomotive. There we go. All right, now I've got a special thing just for it. You can run. So now, if we do this... Oh, I'm like right on the edge of logistics, aren't I? That's going to confuse the bots. Oh, nope, that didn't work. All right, so that does work as long as I have the locomotives in my inventory, which I keep coming over here and then being out of range. So I need to add more roboports, and then I should be able to do these, whatever, 6 or 7 at a time. But there's a bunch of trains now that have run out of fuel, which I guess means that we're not delivering enough fuel to them. Maybe I should put more fuel in them at the start. That one's broken. There's one here. There's several of them. All right. That is unfortunate. Let's go fix some of these ones that are out of fuel. Because they are going to block other parts of the network, right? Hopefully, once the system has had a chance to kind of stabilize and like there's fuel canisters for sure at every depot, then it's not going to be as big of an issue. But for now, it's definitely an issue. Where are we going? One here, one at that depot, and one up there, which is blocking a ton. All right, let's go this way. I believe this is the right horizontal. And the broken train should be right over here. Yep. Last one is up here somewhere. Yeah. Blocking a bunch of trains, though. So, good to get that unblocked. And then for the sake of me not having to be very, very careful about where I stand right on the edge of Roboport coverage, I do want to go ahead and add more Roboports out here. So bots, go ahead and bring me a stack of Roboports, and I will get that stuff expanded as well. All right, now we have Roboport coverage everywhere. Oop, we got another 3 trains out of fuel. Jeez, all right. Maybe I should update the blueprint to put more than 1 stack of fuel in them? I'm worried about how much these trains are running out of fuel, and it could just be that the depots don't have enough fuel at them yet, so they're not actually being able to be refueled. Yeah. That does seem to be part of it. And that should stabilize over time. I hope. My concern is that the fuel canisters stack to such a small amount that we might struggle. And I can tweak the balance of, like, how much of each type of fuel we want in these depots. Which I will do. Okay, so that should help a little bit with some of the problems. And now I gotta go put fuel in these broken ones, though. One there. One down here. Oh, one over here. Oh, no, now there's 4. Jeez. All right. Well, Twitch is telling me that it is time to run ads, so we're going to go ahead and let the ad break run. When we're back, we will, we're going to keep working on the train upgrade. It's a mess, but we got to try to get it done. So I'll see everyone in just a couple of minutes when we're back from the ad break, and we'll, hopefully make some progress on unbreaking all the trains. Whoops, I walked right past that one. Welcome back, everybody. I figured out why my trains are running out of fuel. This is the problem. The inserters are getting left with coal in them, and they're not... Which is duh. I should have known that was going to happen. So... how do I fix? I could set up another inserter. Right? And we can filter them. And we can do that for every single depot. And that should at least get them all fueling for now. Ugh, what a pain in the butt. Alright. I don't necessarily have a better option at the moment, so I think that's what we're going to go with. Is it my preferred option? Not by a long shot, but... It'll at least ensure that every train of both types can get fuel. And then when we upgrade to new train type that has other fuel, we will get to, we'll get to figure out what that looks like again. For now, though, we got to upgrade all the depots. We got to refuel a few more trains again. And then I did some quick back-of-the-envelope math, and it looks like it's about 4 hours for us to build enough canisters that every train in the network has all of its canisters with 300 trains. So that's... going to be fun. Definitely is going to take... Oh, I have 2 fluid wagons in my inventory, so I must have taken apart 2 fluid wagon trains. Good to know. We'll make 2 fluid wagon trains. And then the balance to make my trains a multiple of 5 again will all be solid wagons. And then I'm going to assume that they're all in multiples of 5, which might be wrong, but at that point, if it's messed up, it's messed up. All right. Hopefully I don't miss any of these. That would be unfortunate. Where are the trains that need fuel? All right, there's one here that we can grab, and the other ones are off in that direction, and we'll swing by them a little bit. Because, yeah, they all take 5 stacks of fuel, and we'll go through for 300 trains at 100 fuel each. That's 30,000 fuel canisters. We make 2 of them a second, so it's 15,000 seconds. Whoops, that is not a road. I always do that. It's good to see that there's still only 2 that are out of fuel. That might be a sign that they're getting fueled a little bit more consistently, although until the depots are all fixed, definitely still the chance that some will run out of fuel. The thing is, they're not always going to end up with... you know, they don't always end up with coal sitting in their hand, only sometimes. Which means that only sometimes do they end up broken. All right. We're looking better. Now, like I was saying, I think... yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's a way for me to see... I can't filter my trains by their layout, according to CyberSyn. But yeah, considering I'm sitting on 2 fluid wagons and 3 cargo wagons... are there 2 fluid trains that are missing from the network? Maybe? Yeah, because I guess I'm just sitting on the wagons from the trains that were... that I took apart, right? So... besides being out of fuel... oh, and another train broke. Interesting, it's only sitting on 10 empty fuel canisters. So that means that it made it to a depot, but then didn't get properly refilled, which, again, doesn't surprise me. Also, excuse me. These should never be allowed to go empty. I think I'm going to try 4080. Because I do want them to have more space for canisters, because canisters don't stack as much. But we need to make sure that we don't run out of coal at the station. So let's do 4080. And then this is all just still chugging along. Just every once in a while, we get another few trains worth of fuel canisters. Yep. And then as we do get more of these trains going, though, like the fuel canisters will get recycled, right? Like we're sitting on, obviously not enough for a delivery here, but... Well, that's kind of what we have to do. And then go fix the ones that run out of fuel because the system is still not quite working right. But one down here, one over there. What's the best way to get to both of those from here? There isn't really a good way. They're kind of in totally different parts of the base. But I'm definitely seeing fewer trains running out of fuel. So it's working slowly but surely. Obviously, it's going to take a while for us to just like fully replace 300 trains or 265 trains. 265 trains. It says 266, but one of those is a special purpose train. So it is not part of the Cybersyn network, and it is not getting an upgrade. Because it is my least favorite child. No. Because it was the train that emptied the old mall, and it's still sitting parked at the old mall, waiting for more things that will never come. Because the construction bots up there are gone. Well, this is working. It's not working fantastically. Oh, and we lost another train. Probably should have gone along the rails, but... Oh, no, it's right here. I mean, the advantage of how small these stacks are is that the trains do come through and move these pretty quickly. Because these are all priority 99, trains will get dispatched here immediately. Yeah. They do burn through these canisters pretty quickly. It's a little concerning. They are definitely faster than the other trains, though, which I appreciate. All right, at least there is fuel at this depot, so it's getting refueled. So that's good. Yeah, that one's full. That one's not. Oh, I didn't do this depot. Lol. So that depot still has the issue with not with blocked inserters. Excuse me? Oh, okay. I'm like, that seems like it's very far to the north, and it is. Oh, I don't have any fuel. All right, I'm not fixing that train right away. I gotta go grab more fuel. And I need to fix this last depot, because apparently I missed a depot when I was going through them all. Fortunately, still in my copy and paste buffer. There we go. Yep. Now those trains are going to get themselves... Well, I'm glad I had a little extra space in my depot layout to be able to put that other inserter in. Maybe the thing to do, and I guess it's not too late to do this, although what a pain in the butt to change it all. Because these fuel oil canisters are so not dense, maybe we shouldn't even be trying to make these centralized and push them to rails. Maybe we should be looping... Oh, but it's really hard to balance the, I mean, I could do it. I was thinking we would run liquid fuel to all the depots and then do the canister loop at the depots. You know, for every empty canister, you put in a full one, right? And in theory, that works, but I think there would still need to be deliveries of canisters to like rebalance the systems over time. So, yeah, have to think about it more. Right now, I am just still playing tow truck driver. I'm hoping that 3 stacks of fuel is enough for most of these trains to get them, like, where they need to go, and then back somewhere else. Back to a depot where they can get more fuel. Now that all the depots are unborked, really the only issue is, are we getting enough fuel to all the depots for how many of these upgraded trains I've put in place? And this says we have 39 advanced locomotives in place right now, compared to, well, it'll be 266 minus 39. So 227. Whoops, wrong. Whoa, what am I doing? Yeah, 227. So less than 20% of our locomotives are advanced ones at this point. As long as I don't upgrade them too quickly, too many at a time, then we'll end up with enough fuel in the system for them all. It's really just a matter of having enough empty canisters, and like I said, it's going to take 4 hours or something for us to have enough empty canisters for every single locomotive to be full. Plus, we need ones buffered in fuel depots. So we're getting there, though. And if we haven't even done 20% of our locomotives yet, certainly we've been building canisters for more than 20% of 4 hours, right? So, ooh, we're stalled. They are going as fast as they can. Oh, interesting. I'm still doing melamine. From formaldehyde and phenol. All right. Apparently I decided that was the best plastic option. I'm not sure if it is or not, but it's what we're using. But this is a temporary plastic consumption issue, like long term. Our plastic is going to be, once the locomotives are built and once we have all the canisters, we're not going to be using large amounts of plastic constantly, right? It's a temporary increase. So I'm not worried about it long term. Like, are we making enough plastic or not? Because what are we out of? Oh, we're out of plastic at the mall too. All right. Well, we can put 4 more in. Because that's how many we have. And they are, let's see, max speed is 260 kilometers an hour. Advanced locomotive, max speed is 281. But I also think... Yeah, the fuel oil canister doesn't have any sort of speed or acceleration boost to it. Yeah, the top speed on these isn't significantly higher, but they have a much higher acceleration power, and they weigh less. Right? So they accelerate and brake significantly more quickly, and acceleration and braking, especially at contentious intersections, can add up to quite a bit of the time on a trip. So the new trains are mostly better in that regard, not so much top speed. And that's fine. Okay. Well, I'm glad we got this done. It's still a little bit messy, obviously, and we're having trouble getting all the canisters we need, which is not great. But it'll be fine eventually. It looks like we got some more plastic to the mall. Yeah. Yep. It's going to take a little while, but we will get a couple more of them. And then all this coal that's coming out of my inventory, I'm going to have to do something with too. Because this is all the coal that was in all the locomotives. And there is a bunch of it now in here. So we're going to have to get rid of coal just like we were getting rid of raw coal. All right, another locomotive, which means we take another one apart, and we put a new one in. And there's another one on the way. So that is going to have to be my life. Obviously, we can do this intermittently, besides the fact that it takes a bunch of trains out of service when we leave them sitting here. There's really nothing that's stopping us from leaving them. We don't have to be upgrading them, you know, as fast as we can. And obviously, the more of them I upgrade right away, the more likely trains are to run out of fuel, because we still don't have enough fuel canisters in the loop. So I should really be careful about doing this. I shouldn't just be throwing them around here. There we go. That's looking good, though. And every time we get a load of canisters here, it turns into a load on the output. This stacked belt is holding a lot of canisters, unfortunately. As are these stack inserters. That's just the price we pay for how quickly this station loads is having a fairly large buffer that CyberSyn doesn't interpret as being part of the buffer. And I think that load came from one of the depots, like outputting canisters, not from here, because this still hasn't gotten a new load of plastic. So cool. That's good to see too, that we're getting the canisters recycling out of the depots. So yeah, we're definitely still going to have some trains that are going to run out of fuel. That's going to keep happening for a little while. Until we have, like I said, I expect about, well, with stalls due to plastic limitations, I don't know what our actual number is going to be, but it's at least going to be a few more hours before we have enough canisters in the loop for every train. I also maybe should go to the depots all one more time and stand at the end and clear out that second lane from coal. Because depending on the depot and depending on which stations trains have made it to, like, this depot only has canister fuel in, like, the first half of its stations. This one looks like it's had trains visiting all of them, so it may have gotten flushed out all the way down. Yeah, this one's good all the way down. So yeah, this one has not flushed all the way through yet. Not very far, though. Like halfway, 3/4. This one... like half. Yeah. So that could be worth spending a little bit of time doing. Woo! Lots of trains with delivery issues. Is it all fluid trains? It's maybe all fluid trains. All right. Well, here. Bots, bring me fluid wagons. Ooh, we don't have fluid wagons. Really? I don't buffer those? We should buffer those. I have exactly enough canisters to drop 5 trains. So that's what we're going to do. Sweet. This has fuel actually coming all the way out of the depot, although, like I said, we're not all the way... Woo, that's too close. Sorry. Going that fast, that close. Just stand here for a little bit, and we will pull all of the coal out of this so that we have canisters all the way down. Oh, and we lost another train. I was kind of hoping that this would happen on its own by the time we were deploying the trains, but I guess some of the depots are busier than others, and whatever the reason. Let's see, where is this train out of fuel? Oh, at aluminium. That's not too bad. All right, let's go drop off fuel for that train. There's also another depot there, so I can fix that depot at the same time and get that one to the point where it shouldn't be blocked by coal anymore. I should have done that the last time I went around and made a change to all the depots. I just wasn't really thinking about it. I figured they'd all flush out on their own pretty quickly. And that appears to have not been the case. And I'm sure that I could do this with a... with a clever inserter setup or something, but whatever. Not worth it. All right, bots, fluid wagons, please. Thank you. Right, that's still what we need everywhere is fluid wagons? Yeah. There we go. 5 more fluid wagons into the system, and another train out of fuel. Where are you? Over at plastic. Okay. Let's go grab another handful of canisters, and let's go fuel up a train. This is going to be my life for a little while. Hopefully that is enough to keep that train moving once it's fueled. Oh no, there's 2 now. There's that one. Right. And there's this one. Oh, which is like on my way over. All right. Well, I only have enough fuel for one of them, so we'll fix one of them. And the other one, the trains are just going to have to route around for a while. I'm probably going to start getting some "a train is stuck" errors from CyberSyn, but there's not a lot I can do about that until we, until we get more. I was going to say until we get more canisters, but it looks like we just got another delivery of empty canisters in, so yes, we have more canisters. Let's go fix another train then. Like, once we have enough canisters, that canister filling station is going to be able to just, like, be blasting canisters out of itself. It's just taking a little while for us to have enough canisters in the loop for it to be outputting with any sort of continuity. Cool. Yeah, it's all fluid trains that we don't have enough of. So hopefully those 5 more that I just made are going to help with that fluid logistics demand a little bit. Oh, I should have... Oops. Oh, well. I should have taken the time to clean the coal out of one of the depots when I was over there, because we were near one of them. Didn't even think about it. And I just went past another one on the way back to the mall. So that could still be an issue. We could still see some trains run out of fuel until we get all the depots unclogged. But it's hard to do anything about, so... Blocked on plastic, yeah. Well, I've got 2 more, so let's drop 2 more in. Just cleaning out some of the extra stuff that I put in my inventory when we were doing the other build. Oh. That number was wrong. There we go. Yeah, and then there are bots that think they're delivering things, but they'll leave. Excuse you? Oh, I don't have fuel for this train. My bad. Oh. And we're up to 4 of them out of fuel. All right, I should really stop making any more of these trains for a little while. We should work on something else and let the fuel accumulate. Oh, this is good though. We're getting more canisters cycling through more frequently. So the system is working. It's just taking time for us to, again, get enough canisters in the loop that everything actually runs. Let's go fuel up all of these trains that are sad right now, and then might call it a day after that. There's one up here, right? I'm not crazy? Yes. No? I was like, I thought I saw one all the way up here. There is. There is. It's over at methane. Okay. That's one. There's one there. Yeah, when these trains get backed up, the system gets really quite sad. So there are alternate routes, and, like, in theory, it should always be possible for it to route around any, like, major issues. In practice, though, like, I don't know how smart it actually is. Whoa. That was some... Those were some frames. Even the async autosave isn't, you know, perfectly instant, right? All right. Well, how's this depot look? It does need to be cleared out. But it does have lots of fuel at it. Well, quote-unquote lots. It's trying to have lots. Yeah, but that train just left without actually getting fueled, so... Still issues. Still issues. There are issues that will resolve themselves, but I'm kind of wishing I had been a little more deliberate with, like, the order of operations for some of these things. In getting the depots, like, fully configured, in getting enough canisters, like, in the network before we start making the trains. Because running around fixing this stuff is... I mean, whatever, it's fine. But I'd rather be working on the next project. Tech has been making progress this whole time, which is impressive, actually, that somehow, in messing with all of our trains, we did not break the base enough to turn off science. And I guess while I'm cycling back to the mall, I'm going to go ahead and swing by a couple more depots and get them fixed up as well. I haven't fixed all of them, so, you know. There will probably be more fueling issues. Plus, they don't all have enough canisters, so that is an issue as well. But we can just stand here and pull coal off this belt for a little bit. This one is good. I don't think I even had to fix this one. I think this one did itself. Which is great, but... Oh, another train out of fuel. Where? Oh, that's an awful place. Yep, well, we're definitely still waiting for fuel canisters. That's the... Which right now is waiting for plastic. So, yeah. Probably should have made more canisters before we did this. But I don't have the fuel in my inventory to go fix that train. I think that I'm going to wrap up here for tonight. I was hoping to do more than just the fuel thing, but the train upgrades have been a little more finicky than I had really hoped / intended. I mean, we still have over 100 trains that need to be upgraded. I don't really have a plan for that, but we'll figure it out. I'm gonna have to keep doing this, right? Where I just, like, delete trains and then paste in new ones. I could probably get, like, the recursive blueprinter or something and have it do the right thing to automatically upgrade trains. Maybe that's something that's worth playing with next time, is grabbing the recursive blueprint mod and doing something like that. Maybe we can figure it out. But yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you're watching this on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch in the doodly-doo. And I stream every Tuesday through Friday at 1 p.m. Factorio is usually Tuesdays and Thursdays.